Hey everyone, good morning. कैसे हैं आप सब? I hope you're doing great. Once more again we are live and आज 20 जून है. So let's get started without any further delay. So आज हम लोग करेंगे पॉलिटी के दो टॉपिक रिवीजन एंड देन मेरे पास क्लास 8 की एनसीईआरटी की हिस्ट्री की किताब है. इसको हम कोशिश करेंगे कि टुडे आई विल फिनिश इट and whatever the important point has been given here in this book I will try to write down and learn it and make it note also. तो मैं कोशिश करूँगा कि इस किताब से इम्पोर्टेंट पॉइंट बना दूँ, इम्पोर्टेंट पॉइंट्स का नोट्स बना लूँ, लर्न कर लूँ सो दैट कि क्लास 8 का एटलीस्ट हिस्ट्री की जो किताब है उसमें जो भी क्योंकि मेरी हिस्ट्री थोड़ी सी कमज़ोर रही है. मेरा साइंस बैकग्राउंड रहा है तो हिस्ट्री में मुझे उतना इंटरेस्ट नहीं रहा है. बट कोई बात नहीं है, अगर ज़रूरत पड़ेगी तो हम करेंगे. हम इसके लिए 2 गुना काम करेंगे, 3 गुना काम करेंगे, 4 गुना काम करेंगे और वॉट एवर द इम्पोर्टेंट पॉइंट है इसमें मैं कोशिश करूँगा कि उसको राइट डाउन करूँ, लर्न और लर्न करके उसका नोट्स बनाऊँ. ठीक. सो लेट्स गेट स्टार्टेड विदाउट एनी फर्दर डिले. चलो आज स्टार्ट करते हैं. पहले मैं पॉलिटी का करूँगा. क्योंकि पॉलिटी मेरा फेवरेट सब्जेक्ट भी है तो आई विल ट्राई कि मैं पॉलिटी का 2 टॉपिक एटलीस्ट आई विल फिनिश इट 2 टॉपिक्स. पहला तो एक तो मनी बिल के बारे में और दूसरा टॉपिक पंचायती राज इंस्टीट्यूशन एंड लोकल गवर्नमेंट के बारे में. पंचायती राज इंस्टीट्यूशन और लोकल गवर्नमेंट 2 टॉपिक मैं कोशिश करूँगा कि पॉलिटी का फिनिश कर लूँ 1 घंटे के अंदर. इन नेक्स्ट वाला घंटा जो मेरा रहेगा तो वो उसमें मैं हिस्ट्री की किताब क्लास 8 को मैं कोशिश करूँगा कि एक चैप्टर मैंने फिनिश कर लिया है. कल मैंने एक चैप्टर मैंने फिनिश कर लिया है तो मैं इसको आज कोशिश करूँगा कि जितना ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा हो पाए वो मैं इसको कंप्लीट करूँगा. सो लेट्स गेट स्टार्टेड विदाउट एनी फर्दर डिले. डेली की तरह आज का आपको मेरे इस स्ट्रीम में फिर से बहुत ज़्यादा स्वागत है. बहुत ज़्यादा the way you people are support me, the way you people are love me, it means a lot for me. Thank you so much guys for such a big love and support. Keep loving, keep supporting me. So let's get started without any further delay. So I'll try to first panchayati and money bill two chapter I will try to from polity and then history I will try to make it notes. So let's get started. So यहाँ पे मेरी 4th एडिशन की पॉलिटी की बुक है. ये 4th एडिशन है. मेरे पास 5th एडिशन भी है और नई वाली जो बुक आ गई है वो 6th एडिशन आ गई है. तो पहले तो मैं इस बुक से कर लूँगा 4th एडिशन से कर लूँगा एंड देन 5th एडिशन से जो भी इम्पोर्टेंट पॉइंट अबाउट द मनी बिल होगा आई विल ट्राई टू फिनिश इट. एंड 6th एडिशन में तो आई थिंक कुछ खास दिया नहीं है बट कुछ जो भी चीज़ें बदली हुई हैं उसको ही उसमें ऐड कर दिया है. सो 4th एंड 5th एडिशन से मैं देख लूँगा एंड देन क्लास 7th का हिस्ट्री करूँगा. सो लेट्स गेट स्टार्टेड. इसमें मनी बिल जो है आपका टाइप ऑफ बिल जो है उसमें दिया हुआ है. एंड लास्ट टाइम इस बार जो है अमेंडमेंट से सीधे क्वेश्चन आ गया था कि जो 106 अमेंडमेंट था वो किसके लिए था और क्या उसका राइट था, तो उससे रिलेटेड था. सो लेट्स गेट स्टार्टेड. Parliament is the legislative organ of the government, occupy the preeminent and central position of the Indian democratic political system, and due to the adaptation of the parliamentary form of government, also known as the Westminster model of government. Parliamentary form of government is also called the Westminster model of government. Article 79 to 122, Part 5th of the Constitution deal with the organization, composition, duration, officer, procedure, privilege, power, and so on the Parliament. Article 79 to 122. Article 79 to 102. Parliamentary form of government is also called the Westminster government, Westminster model government. Article 79 to 122, Part 5th of the Constitution. It's deal with organization, composition, duration of officer, procedure, privilege, power, and so on. Under the Constitution, the Parliament of India consists of three parts: President, Council of State, and House of the People. 1954, the Hindi name Rajya Sabha, Lok Sabha were adopted by the Council of State and House of the People, respectively. Rajya Sabha is upper house, second chamber, and the Lok Sabha is lower house, first chamber. The farmer represent the state and union territory of the India. Though the President of India is not a member of either House of Parliament. President of India is not a member of either House of Parliament, does not sit in the Parliament to attend the meeting. So the President of India is not a member of any house and does not sit to attend the meeting, and he is the integral part of the Parliament. And this is because the bill passed by the both House of Parliament cannot become law without the President assent. And he also performed the creation of functions relating to proceedings of the Parliament. For example, he summoned and progressed both the houses. President, President summon and pro, prorogues both the uh, prorogues of the Parliament. For example, summon and prorogues both the houses, dissolve the Lok Sabha and address the both houses. Summon and pro reduces the Parliament, dissolve the Lok Sabha, address the both houses. Dissolve the Lok Sabha, address the both houses. Okay, president is not a part of the president. Is not he does not sit in the parliament, not attend the meeting. He's not a member of either house. He's not president. He's not a member of either house. President not a member of either house, but he is the integral part of the parliament. Without the assent of the president, the bill cannot become the law. Without the assent of the parliament, a president, the bill cannot become the law. He summoned and prorogues the both the houses, dissolved the Lok Sabha address. Both the houses issued the ordinance when they were not, he says in the session. In respect to the farmer of the Indian Constitution relied on the British pattern rather than the American pattern. In the British Parliament consists of the Crowns, the House of Lords, the House of Commons. By the content, the American president is not an integral part of legislature. In USA, the legislature, which is known as the Congress, consists of Senate and the House of Representatives, which called the lower house. The Parliament form of the government emphasis on the interdependence between the legislative and executive organ. We have the president in Parliament, like crown in the Parliament. And the presidential form of government, on the other hand, lay the stress of the separation of legislature and executive organ. The American president is not regarded as the constituent part of the Congress. Hello, how are you? Good morning. I hope you're doing great. presidential form of government is other hand lay the states on the separation of legislative and executive organ. American president is not regarded as a constituent part of the Congress. Composition of two houses. Composition of Rajya Sabha. The maximum strength of the Rajya Sabha is fixed at the 250. Out of 238 are to be the representative of state of union territories, and 12 are nominated by the president. At present, Rajya Sabha has 245 members. Of these, 229 members are represent the state, 4 members represent the union territory, and 12 members are nominated by the president. Fourth schedule of the constitution deal with the allocation of seat in the Rajya Sabha to the state and union territory. Fourth schedule deal with the allocation of seat of the Rajya Sabha. Fourth schedule deal with the allocation of seat of the Rajya Sabha and to the state and union territory. Representation of the state. Representatives of state in the Rajya Sabha are elected by the elected member of state legislative assembly. The election is held in accordance with the system of proportional representation by means of single transferable vote. The seats are allocated to the state in the Rajya Sabha on the basis of population, and the number of representatives vary from state to number of representatives vary from state to state. Like UP has the 31 member, Tripura have the 1 member. However, the USA, all the states are equal representation in the Senate irrespective of their population. USA has the 50 states and the Senate has the 100 member. Representative of union territories. The representative of each union territory in the Rajya Sabha are indirectly elected by the member of an electoral college specially constituted for the purpose, and this election is held in accordance with the system of proportional representation by means of single transferable vote. Out of 7 union territories, only 2, what is the name of 2? Delhi and Puducherry have representative in the Rajya Sabha. The population of 5 union territory are too small and have any representative in the Rajya. 12 nominated members are special. They have special knowledge of and the practical experience of art, literature, social science, and science and social service. The rationale behind the principle of nomination is to provide the eminent person to place in the Rajya Sabha without going through the process of election. It should note here that the American Senate has no nominated member. American Senate does not have a nominated member. Composition of Lok Sabha Lok Sabha has to fix like 55 member, 552 member. Out of this, 530 member are representative of state, 20 member are to be the representative of union territory, and the 2 members are nominated by the president from the Anglo-Indian. At present, the Lok Sabha 545 members. Out of 530 are represent the state, 13 represent the union territories, and 2 Anglo-Indian members are nominated by the president. Representation of state or representative of state in the Lok Sabha are directly elected by the people from the territorial constituency. In the state, the election is based on the principle of universal adult franchise. Every Indian citizens above the 80 are aged or not to disqualify under the provision of Constitution. Any law eligible to vote in such election would be age reduced from the 21 to 18. 61st Constitutional Amendment Act 1988. So 61st CAA 1988 age reduced from the 21 to 18 years. Age reduced 21 to 18 years. A representative of states Lok Sabha are directly elected by the people. Lok Sabha directly elected by the people. Territorial constituency in the state, the election based on the principle of universal adult franchising. Every Indian citizens who are above the age who not disqualified under the provision of constitution or any law eligible to vote at such election. The voting age was reduced from 21 to 18 years by the 61st Constitutional Amendment Act 1988. Okay, 61st Constitutional Amendment Act was when? It was 1988. What happened? It was reduced the age of the voting age from 21 to 18 years. Representative of Union Territory. The Constitution has emerged the Parliament to prescribe the manners of choosing the representative of Union Territory in the Lok Sabha. Accordingly, the Parliament has enacted the Union Territories direct election to the House of the People, and the 1965 by which the member of Lok Sabha from the Union Territory are also chosen by the direct election. They are nominated member. President can nominate two members from the Anglo-Indian community if the community is not adequate represented in Lok Sabha. Originally, the provision was operated till 1960, but it has been extended till 2020 by the 95th Constitutional Amendment Act 2009. But now it has completely abolished the nominated member in the Lok Sabha right now. The system of electoral in the Lok Sabha, various aspects related to the system of electoral in the Lok Sabha, like territorial constituency. For example, purpose of holding the direct election to the Lok Sabha, purpose each state is divided into the territorial constituency, and in this respect the constitution makes the following two provisions. First is that each state allotted the number of states in the Lok Sabha in such a manner that the ratio between the number and its population is same for all the states, and this provision is not applied to the state having the population less than the 6 million. Okay, and second point is that each state is divided into territorial constituency in such a manner that the ratio between the population and each constituency and the number of states allotted to each by the same throughout the state. So territorial constituency has been makes the two provision. First is allotted the number of the seat in the Lok Sabha in such a manner that the ratio between the number and its population are same for all the state. And another was each state divided into the territory constituency in such a manner the ratio between the population and each constituency and the number of seats allotted to the same throughout the state. In the brief, the constitution ensures that there is the uniformity of representative in the two respect. First is the between the different state, and second is the between the different constituency in the same state. Okay, and expression population means population as a certain at the preceding census of which the relevant figure have been published. Readjustment after the each census. Readjustment after the each census. Okay. After the every census, the readjustment to be made in the allocation of the seat in the Lok Sabha to the state, and the division of each state into the territorial constituency. Parliament is empowered to determine the authority and the manners in which it is to be made. Accordingly, the Parliament has enacted the Delimitation Commission. Okay, Delimitation Commission, how many times has came? The Delimitation Commission four times come. 1952, 1962 and 2002. How many times? Four times. How many times? Four times. 52, 62, 72, 2002. 52, 62. 52, 62, 72, 2002. Okay. 42nd Constitutional Amendment 1976 provides the allocation of seat of the Lok Sabha to the state and the division of each state into the territorial constituency till the year 2000 and 1971 level. This ban the readjustment was extended for the another 25 years, that is up to the 2026. 84th Constitutional Amendment Act 2001 with the same objective or encouraging the population limitation measuring. 84th Constitutional Amendment एक्ट। हेलो चंदू, कैसे हो भाई? मैं बढ़िया हूँ। पेपर भी अच्छा हुआ है, बट इस बार का पेपर थोड़ा इजी आया था। और आप लोग कैसे हो? पिछले साल के कंपेयर में इस बार का पेपर थोड़ा आसान आया था, बट अभी देखते हैं कितनी कट ऑफ जाती है। पिछली बार तो 75 कट ऑफ गई थी, मतलब 75 पे पासिंग मार्क था। अब देखते हैं इस बार शायद बढ़े। आप लोग ठीक, अब ठीक हो? क्या हो रहा है? हाँ, यही है, देखते हैं। Within this to the system of electoral to the Lok Sabha follow the territorial constitution readjustment. How many times readjustment? 4 times readjustment, 1962, 52, 62, 72, 2002। ठीक। अ, हाँ, आसान होता है तो हाई कट अप जाता है, और थोड़ी मुश्किल होती है तो कट ऑफ लो हो जाती है। बट देखते हैं क्या जाती है। 52, 62, 72, 2002, these are the 4 time delimitation commission, 4 time delimitation commission. 42nd amendment act 1974 with the allocation of the seat in the Lok Sabha and the seats till the 2000 at the 1971 level. This plan the readjustment was extended for another 25 years. रिजल्ट का तो अभी कुछ पता नहीं है। हो सकता है विद इन 1 ईयर, 1 ईयर 2 मंथ में शायद आ जाए। ठीक। Reservation of the seat for the STSC. 84th Constitutional Amendment 2001 empowered the government to undertake the readjustment and nationalization of territorial constituency in the state on the basis of population figure 1991. 87th Constitutional Amendment 2003 provide for the delimitation constituency on the basis of 2001 census, not the 1991 census. However, this can be done without altering the number of the seats allotted to each seat. Reservation for the seat for the STSC, though the Constitution has amended the system of communal representation. It provided for the reservation of the seat for the scheduled castes, scheduled tribes in the Lok Sabha on the basis of population ratio. Originally, the reservation was operated for the 10 years up to the 1960, but it has been extended continuously, then 10 years each time. Now, under the 95th Amendment Act 2009, this reservation is to the last till 2020. Though the seats are reserved for the scheduled caste, scheduled tribes, they are elected by all the voters in the constituency without any separate electorals. A member of scheduled caste and scheduled tribe also not debarred from the contesting a general. 84th Constitutional Amendment Act 2000 provided for fixing the reserve seat on the basis of population figure 1991 census as applied to rationalization of general seat. Later 87th Amendment Act 2003 provided for the fixing of reserve seat on the basis of 2001 census. Proportional representation, though the Constitution has adopted a system of proportional representation in the case of Rajya Sabha, it has not preferred the same system in which the case of Lok Sabha. Instead, it has adopted system of territorial representation for the election of the member to the Lok Sabha. Under the territorial representation, every members of the legislative represent geographical area known as the constituency, and each constituency only one representative elected, hence is such a constituency known as the single member constituency. This system, candidate who secure the majority of vote with the declared elected, and the simple majority system of the representation does not represent the whole electorate. Other words, it does not secure due to the representation to the minority. The system of proportional representation aims at removing the defect of territorial representation. Under this system, all the sections of the people get representation in the proportion to their number. Even a small section of the population get its due share representation in the legislature. There are the two kinds of proportional representation, namely single transferable vote system, single transferable vote system, and the list system, single transferable vote system and the list system. There are two types of proportional representation. First is the list system. Second is the single transferable vote system. And the first kind of adopted for the election member of the Rajya Sabha, single transferable vote used for the election of the Rajya Sabha and the state legislative council for the election of president and the vice president. The single transferable vote system is kind of adopted for the election of Rajya Sabha, member of Rajya Sabha, state legislative council, president and vice president. Though some member of the Constituent Assembly had advocated the system of proportional representation for the election of the member to the Lok Sabha, the Constitution had not adopted the system due to the two reasons. Difficulty for voter to understand the system, so that's why the single transferable representation of vote is not adopted in the Lok Sabha. First difficulty for the voter to understand the system due to the low literacy scale in India, in the country. Unsuitability to the parliamentary government due to the tendency of system to multiply political system leading to instability in the government. Additional system of proportional representation has to be followed. Some demorage. It's highly expensive and does not give any scope for the organizing by election. It eliminates the intimate constraint between the voter and representative. It promotes the minority thinking and the group interest. It increases the significance of the party system and decrease the voter system. Duration of the two houses. Rajya Sabha, the first constituted in 1952, and it each continuing chamber, that is, it is the permanent body and not subjected to dissolution. 1/3 of its members retire every second year. Their seats are to filled up by the fresh election and presidential nomination at the beginning of every 3rd year. The retiring members are eligible for the re-election and the re-nomination any number of times. The Constitution has not fixed the term of the office of the member of the Rajya Sabha elected to the Parliament according to the Parliament in the Representation of the People's Act 1951 provided that the terms of the office of the member of the Rajya Sabha shall be 6 years. Also empower the President of India to curtail the terms of the members chosen in the first round of and in the first batch, it was decided to lottery was as to who should retire, and further the act also authorized the president to make the provision to govern the order of retirement of the member of the Rajya Sabha. Retirement members are eligible for the re-elected and re-nominated any times. Duration. Unlike the Rajya Sabha, the Lok Sabha is not a continuing chamber. Its normal term is 5 years from the date of its first meeting after the general election, after which it automatically dissolves. However, the President is authorized to dissolve the Lok Sabha at any time, even before the completion of the 5 years. This cannot be challenged in the court of law. Further, the term of the Lok Sabha can extend it during the period of national emergency can be a law of parliament for 1 year at a time for any length. The Lok Sabha can be extended during the period of national election. Lok Sabha can be extended during the period of national emergency. The Lok Sabha is completed in 5 years. This cannot be challenged in the court of law. Further term of the Lok Sabha can be extended during the period of membership for the parliament. There is the qualification also. The constitution laid down the following qualification for the person to be chosen the member of the parliament. He must be a citizen of India. He must make the subscribe an oath and affirmation before the person must serve by the election commission for protest. To be the true faith and allegation to the constitution of India. To uphold the sovereignty, integrity of India. And he must not less than the 30 year of age in the Rajya Sabha and the 25-year age for the Lok Sabha, 30 age for the Rajya Sabha and 25 years for the Lok Sabha. He must possess the qualification prescribed for the Parliament has laid out the following additional qualification. He must register an electoral for the parliamentary constitution. This is the same in the case of both Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha requirement that the candidate contesting at the election in the Rajya Sabha from a particular state to be elected in that particular state was disbanded between 2003 and in 2006 the Supreme Court upheld the constitutional validity in this change. He must be the member of scheduled caste and scheduled tribe in state territory. And if he wanted to contest the seat reserved for them, however, the member of scheduled caste or scheduled tribe can also contest the seat not reserved for them. Disqualification: if he hold office for the office of profit under the union or the state government, any other office expended for no. If he turns unminded, sought to be declared by the court. If he is the undischarged insolvent, if he is not a citizen of India, has voluntarily acquired the citizenship of foreign state, with under any acknowledgement of allegiance to the foreign state, if he that is qualified under any law. Parliament laid down the following additional disqualification of representation in 1951. he must not have found guilty of certain election offences or the corrupt practice in the election. He must not have been convicted for any offences resulting in imprisonment for the 2 or the more years, but the detention of the person under the preventive detention law is not a disqualification. Okay, for the disqualification representation of people Act 1951, he must not have found guilty in certain election offences, corrupt practices in the election, and the detention. हेलो अदनान, हाउ आर यू, कैसे हो आप? मैं बहुत अच्छा हूँ। और दिल्ली में ये मुखर्जी नगर का आपने नाम सुना है? जीटीबी नगर, तो मैं वहीं से बिलोंग, मतलब वैसे मैं बनारस का हूँ, और यहाँ पे जीटीबी नगर के पास, मतलब मुखर्जी नगर है वहाँ पे। must not have convicted for any offences resulting in imprisonment for the 2 or more years. But the election of the person under the preventive detention law is not a disqualification. Must have failed to lodge an account of his election expenses within the time. Must not fail to lodge the account of his election expenses within the time. And he must not have any interest in the government contract in work and service. आप कहाँ से हो? He must not have a dismissed from the government service or the corruption disloyalty of the state. He must not have been convicted for the promoting enmity between the different groups or the offences of bribery. He must not have been punished for the preaching, practicing social crimes such as the untouchability, dowry, sati. On the question whether the member is subjected to any above disqualification, the President's decision is final. However, he should obtain the opinion of the Election Commission and act according. Disqualification on the ground of defection also. The Constitution also lay down the person shall be disqualified from being the member of Parliament if he is so disqualified on the grounds of defection under the provision of 10th schedule. The member incurred a disqualification under the Defection Act if voluntarily give up. First is disqualification under the ground of defection. First is if he voluntarily give up membership of the political party whose ticket he is elected to the house. Second point for the disqualification, if he abstains from voting the house to the any direction given by the political party. Second point, and if the independently elected member join political party. Third point, if independently elected member join the political party. Fourth, if any nominated member join the political party after expiry of 6 months, then he will be disqualified. There are the 4 conditions for the defection, disqualification on the ground of defection. First, voluntarily give up membership, then he will be the defected. If he abstain the voting in the house without any direction given by the political party, he will be the disqualified. If independent member independently elected member join any political party, he will be disqualified. Any nominated member join the political party after the expiry of 6 months, then he will be the disqualified. And after the party after the expiry of 6 months, the question of disqualification under the 10th schedule decision of the chairman will be decided the defection in the 10 schedule in case of the Rajya Sabha, and the speaker in case of Lok Sabha. Not by the president, not by the president. President will be not decided. President will not decide it. सुना 1992, the Supreme Court ruled the decision of the chairman speaker is regarded subjected of judicial review. Okay, the decision regarded to chairman speaker regarded to the judicial review. Hello Aditya, how are you? Vacating the seat in the case of member of parliament vacate his seat. Double membership. A person cannot be member of both houses of parliament at the same time. Thus, the Representation of People Act 1951 provided the following provision. If the person is elected to both the house of the parliament, he must intimate within the 10 days in which the house. Within the 10 days, if the person is elected the both house of parliament, then he must intimate within the 10 days in which the House of desire to serve. In the default in such an intimation, his seat in the Rajya Sabha becomes the vacant. If the sitting member of one house is also elected to his seat in the first house becomes the vacant. His seat in the first house. If the person is elected to two seats in the house, he should exercise his option for the one, otherwise both the seat become the vacant. If the person elected a two seat in the house, he should exercise his option for one, otherwise both seat become the vacant. Similar person cannot be member of both parliament and state legislature at the same time. If the person is so elected, his seat of parliament become the vacant if does not resign his seat in the state legislature within the 14 days. Within the 14 days. Within the 10 days. Person elected both houses of parliament must be intimate within the 10 days. And a person elected to two seats in the house should exercise the option for the one, otherwise both seats become vacant. And if a person is so elected, his seat in the parliament become vacant if he does not resign his seat. Disqualification. A member of parliament becomes the subject to any of disqualification specified in the constitution. His seat becomes the vacant. And the list of disqualification also include the disqualification on the ground of defection under the provision of 10 schedule of the constitution. The members may resign his seat by the seat fall within the seat fall vacant when the resignation is accepted. However, the chairman and speaker may not accept the resignation if he is satisfied that it is not a voluntary and genuine. Okay. Chairman and speaker that is not voluntary. Absence if house declare the seat of member vacant if he is absent from all the meeting for the period of 60 days without the permission. In the computing the period of 60 days, no account shall be taken of any period during which the house is prorogued and adjourns for the more than the 4 consecutive days. Other cases, a member has to begin his seat in Parliament if the election is declared void by the court, if he is expelled by the House, if he is elected the office of President or Vice President. Vacant seat, office of Vice President, they used to vacate their seat. It's appointed the Governor of his state. Vacant seat is the appointed governor. If his disqualified person is elected to the Parliament, the Constitution laid down no provision to declare the election void. This manner is dealt by the Representation of People 1951, which enabled the High Court to declare election void if the disqualified candidate is elected. The aggregate party can be appealed to the Supreme Court against the order of High Court in this regard. Oath affirmation. Every member of either House of Parliament before taking his seat in the House subscribe an oath of affirmation before the President or the some person appointed by him for his purpose. In his oath and affirmation, the member of Parliament to bear the true faith of allegiance to the Constitution of India, to uphold the sovereignty and integrity of India, to faithfully discharge the duty upon which he is about to enter. Unless the member takes the oath, he cannot vote or participate in the proceeding of House. He does not become the eligible parliamentary privilege and immunities. Okay, a person is liable to a penalty of 500 for each day if his seat or vote as a member of House in the following condition. Before taking and subscribing to the prescribed oath and affirmation, he will pay the 500 if his seat or the vote, and he know that he is not qualified or that he is disqualified for its membership. When he know that he is prohibited from the seating or the voting in the House by the virtue of any parliamentary law. In this condition, there are 3 conditions in which a person is liable to pay the 500 penalty each day. Salary and allowances. The member of either House's Parliament intending to receive such a salary and allowances as hereto determined by the Parliament, and the 2 provisions of the person is Constitution provide the parliamentary age had provided the pension of the member. 1954, the Parliament enacted the salary allowances, the pension of member, Parliament Act. 2010, the Parliament increased the salary of member from the 16,000 to 50,000. And the per month, the constituency allowances 20,000 to 45 per month for daily allowance. $1,650 per month for the constituency allowances and 20 to 45 per month, and the daily allowances 1,000 to 2,000 for the each resident duty of his expenses allowances from 20 to 45,000. From 1976, the member also intended to to a pension on the graduate scale for each 5-year term as a member of either House of Parliament. Besides, they are provided with the travelling facility, free accommodation, telephone, vehicle advances, medical facility and so on. Salary and allowances of the Speaker of the Lok Sabha and the Chairman of Rajya Sabha are also determined by the Parliament. Their charge on the consolidated fund of India does not subjected to annual vote. 1953. The Parliament enacted a salary and allowances of Parliament Act. Under this Act, amended the salary of Chairman of the Rajya Sabha has been fixed 1.25 lakh per month. Similarly, the officer of the Parliament, that is the Speaker and Deputy Speaker of the Lok Sabha and Deputy Chairman of the Rajya Sabha, intended to receive the salary per month of the same rate are payable to the Member of Parliament, although each officer of the Parliament, including the Chairman Rajya Sabha, intended to receive the daily allowances for each day during the whole term at the same rates as each payable to the Member of Parliament. Also, each officer of the Parliament, other than the Chairman of the Rajya Sabha, and is entitled to receive the constituency allowances at the same rate and as each payable to the Member of Parliament. According to the same act, sympathy allowances is paid to the Speaker of the Lok Sabha at the same payable to Cabinet Minister 2000 per month. Likewise, the some unitary allowances paid to the Deputy Speaker of the Lok Sabha and the Deputy Chairman of Rajya Sabha at the same time the payable to the Minister of State. Presiding officer of the Parliament. Each House of the Parliament has its own presiding officer. There is the Speaker, Deputy Speaker for the Lok Sabha, and the Chairman and Deputy Chairman for the Rajya Sabha. The panels of chairmen for the Lok Sabha and the panels of the vice chairman for the Rajya Sabha is also appointed. Speaker of the Lok Sabha. Election of 10 Lok Sabha from among its members as soon as may after the first sitting. Whenever the office of the Speaker falls vacant, the Lok Sabha elect another member to fill the vacancy. Till date, the election of the Speaker is fixed by the President. Usually, the Speaker chairman in the office during the life of Lok Sabha. However, he has vacated his office earlier in any of following 3 cases. If he cases to the member of Lok Sabha, if he resigned the writing on Deputy Speaker, if he is removed by the resolution passed by the majority of all the members of the Lok Sabha. Such a resolution can be moved only after the giving the 40-day advance. Speaker remain in office during the life of Lok Sabha. He has to vacate his office earlier in any 3 conditions. If he cases a member of Lok Sabha, if he resigns by writing to Deputy Speaker, and if he removed by the resolution passed by the majority of all the members in the Lok Sabha. In such a resolution, 40-day advance notice for the removal of the office of the Lok Sabha, chairman of the office of the Lok Sabha. When the removal of the chair speaker is under the consideration of the House, he cannot preside in the sitting. Okay. He cannot preside in the sitting of the House. He cannot. If the resolution of a removal of the speaker is under the consideration of the House, there's a question earlier. He cannot presiding at the sitting of the House, and though he may be present However, can take part in the proceeding of the houses at the such time. Vote in the first instances to the not in the case of an equality of vote. So this is the important point. It should be noted here that whenever the Lok Sabha is dissolved, the speaker does not vacate his office. It should be noted here that whenever the Lok Sabha dissolved, the speaker does not vacate his office. The speaker is elected by the Lok Sabha from the among the members. Speaker is elected from the Lok Sabha among the members. And soon he may be after the first sitting. However, the office of the speaker fall vacant. The Lok Sabha elect another member to fill the vacancy till the date of the election. The speaker is fixed by the president. Usually, the speaker uh, remain in office during the life of Lok Sabha. However, he has to vacate his office earlier in any. If he gets it to be the member of Lok Sabha, if the resign by writing duties. It should be noted here that whenever the Lok Sabha is dissolved, the speaker does not vacate his role, powers, function. The speaker is the head of the Lok Sabha. Its representative, so he is the guardian of power and privilege of members, and the House as a whole is the committee. He is the principal spokesperson of House, and his decision in all the parliamentary matter is final. He is thus much more than merely presiding officer of the Lok Sabha. In this capacity, she is vested with the vast, varied, vital responsibility, enjoy the great honors, high dignity, supreme authority within the House. Speaker of Lok Sabha derives his power, duty from the three sources. That is the Constitution of India, rule of proceeding, conduct of business of the Lok Sabha, parliamentary conversation. He maintained the order of decorum in the House for conducting its business and regulating its proceeding. This is the primary responsibility. He is the final power in this. He is the final interpreter of the provinces, the Constitution of India, the rule of procedures and the conduct of business in the Lok Sabha, parliamentary president within the House. He adjourned the House, suspend the meeting in absence of the quorum. The quorum constitutes the meeting of the House, which 1/10 of the total sitting of the House. He does not vote in the first instance, but can be exercised in casting a vote in case of tie. Other word, only casting. He can be exercised the casting vote in case of tie. In the other word, he cannot be first instance. He can be exercised the casting vote in case of tie. In the other word, only when the House is divided equally on any question, the Speaker entitled to vote. In such a vote is called the casting vote. Each purpose to resolve the debt clause. If presided over the joint sitting of the two houses of parliament, such sitting is summoned by the president. Joint sitting is summoned by the president, presided by the Speaker of the Lok Sabha. He cannot vote the first instance, but he can exercise the casting vote in the case of tie. He can exercise the casting vote in the case. He adjourns the house of suspending a meeting in the absence of quorum. Quorum is the constitute the meeting of the house in the 1/10 of the quorum is the 1/10 of the total strength of the house. Quorum is the 1/10 of the total strength of the house. He does not vote in the first instance. He can allow the secret sitting of the house at the request of leader of house. When the house is sit in secret, no strangers can be present in the chamber, lobby, gallery except the permission of the speaker. He can allow the secret sitting in the house. He decided whether the bill is money bill or not. His decision on the question is final. Speaker will be decided whether the bill is money bill or not. When the money bill is transmitted to the Rajya Sabha for the recommendation presented to the President for the assent, Speaker endorses on the bill his certificate that it is the money bill. He decided a question of disqualification of member of Lok Sabha arising on the ground of defection under the provision of the 10th schedule. In 1992 Supreme Court ruled that the decision of the Speaker in this regard is subjected to judicial. He acted the ex officio chairman of the Indian Parliamentary Group. Speaker acted the ex officio chairman of the Indian Parliamentary Group, which acted the link between the Parliament of India and the various Parliament of World. He also acted the ex officio chairman of Conference and Presiding Officer, legislative body of the country. He appointed the chairman of all the parliamentary committee of the Lok Sabha and supervised their function. He himself was the chairman of Business Advisory Committee and Rule Committee and the General Promotion. Independence and impartiality. At the office of the Speaker is vested with the great prestige, position, authority, independence, impartiality. Become its sign where following provisions ensure the independence and the impartiality of the office in the Speaker. He is provided with the security of tenure. He can be removed only after the resolution passed by the Lok Sabha by the absolute majority. That is the majority of the total member of the House and not by the ordinary majority. His salary and allowances are fixed by the Parliament. They are charged on the Consolidated Fund of India, thus are not subjected to the annual income. His work and conduct cannot be discussed and criticized in the Lok Sabha except the substantial issue. His power and for of regulating procedure, conducting business, maintaining order in the House are not subjected to jurisdiction of any court. He cannot vote in the first instance. He can only exercise the casting vote in the event of the tie. Make this provision the Speaker impartial. He is given a very good position in order of the proceedings. He is placed in the 7th rank along with the Chief Justice of India. Speaker is the 7th rank. As a position of order proceedings, he places 7th rank along with the Chief Justice. This means the higher rank of all the cabinet ministers. except Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister. The Britain Speaker is the strictly seventh rank. This means that higher rank. All the cabinet ministers except the Prime Minister and Deputy Speaker. Britain Speaker is strictly non-party man. There is a convention that the Speaker has to resign from his party to remain the political neutral. In this healthy convention is not fully establishment in the India, where the Speaker does not resign from the membership of his party on his election except Deputy Speaker of the Lok Sabha. Like the Speaker, Deputy Speaker is also elected by the Lok Sabha itself from among its members. He is elected after that. He is elected after the election of the Speaker has taken place. The date of election of the Deputy Speaker is fixed by the Speaker. Whenever the office of the Deputy Speaker falls vacant, the Lok Sabha elect another member to fill its vacancy. Like Speaker, the Deputy Speaker remain in office irrelevant in the life of the Lok Sabha. However, he may vacate his office earlier in case of the following three cases. If he cases to the member of Lok Sabha, if he resigns by the writing of the writing to the Speaker. So the Deputy Speaker can be vacate his office earlier in three cases. And Deputy Speaker is also elected by the Lok Sabha itself from among the members, and he is elected after the election of the Speaker has taken place. Date of election of the Deputy Speaker is fixed by the Speaker. Who will be fixed? Speaker will be fixed the date of election of the Deputy Speaker. Like a Speaker, Deputy Speaker remain in office usually during the life of Lok Sabha. In three conditions, if he cases to the member of Lok Sabha, if he resign by writing of the Speaker, if he is removed by the resolution passed by the majority of all the member of the Lok Sabha. Duty speaker while the presiding over the houses cannot vote in the first instances. He can only exercise the casting vote in the case of tie. Further, when the resolution for the removal of the duty speaker is under the consideration of the house, he cannot presiding at a sitting of the house, though he may be present. The speaker presiding over the house, duty speaker is like any other ordinary member of the house. He can speak in the house, participate in proceeding, vote in any question before the house. When the speaker presiding over the house, duty speaker is like any other ordinary member. Duty speaker entail to regular salary allowances fixed by the parliament and charge on the consolidated fund of India. Up to the 10th Lok Sabha, both the speaker and duty speaker were usually from the ruling party. Since 11th Lok Sabha has been consensus, the speaker come from the ruling party and the post of duty speaker come main opposition party. Speaker and duty speaker while assuming their office do not make subscribe any separate oath for affirmation. Do not make subscribe any separate oath or affirmation. The institution of speaker and duty speaker originated in India in 1921 under the provision of Government of India Act 1990, Montague James Forger. At that time, the speaker and duty speaker were called the president and duty president respectively. The same nomenclature continued in 1947. Before 1921, the Governor General of India used to preside over the meeting of the Central Legislative Council. In 1921, Frederick White and Sachidatan Sinha were appointed the Governor General of India. Frederick White and Sachidatan Sinha appointed Governor General of India, first speaker and first duty speaker. फर्स्ट ड्यूटी स्पीकर कौन था? सचिदानंद सिन्हा. फर्स्ट स्पीकर कौन था? Frederick White. Frederick White was the first speaker. Central Legislative Assembly. 1925, Vittal Bhai J. Patel became the first Indian. Vittal Bhai J. Patel became the first Indian and the first elected Speaker of the Central Legislative Assembly. Government of India in 1935 changed the nomenclature of President, Duty President of the Central Legislative Assembly to the Speaker and Duty Speaker respectively. When in 1935, what has been changed? Nomenclature of President and Duty President into the Speaker and Duty Speaker. However, the old nomenclature till 1947 at the federal part of 1935 Act and not implemented. J.V. Malankar and the Ananthaswamy Iyer had the distinction of being the first speaker and the first duty speaker of the Lok Sabha. J.V. Malankar also held the post of speaker in the Constituent Assembly as well as the provision of Parliament. He held the post of Speaker of the Lok Sabha continuously for the 1 decade from 1946 to 1956. Panel of Chairmen. Under the rule of the Lok Sabha, Speaker nominated from among the member of panel not more than 10 chairmen. Any of them can preside over the House in the absence of a Speaker or Duty Speaker. He is the same power as the Speaker when he so presiding. Panel of Chairperson of the Lok Sabha. Constitution provided the speaker as the provider of the speaker of the last Lok Sabha vacate his office immediately before the first meeting. First meeting on newly elected Lok Sabha. Therefore, the President appointed a member of Lok Sabha as the Speaker. Pro tem usually the senior-most member of elected. President himself will administration oath of the Speaker. The Speaker pro tem has all the powers of the Speaker. He presided over the first sitting. And the new Speaker elected by the House. The office of the Speaker pro tem cases to exist and his office is temporary. Raj Sabha is known as the chairman. Presiding officer of Rajya Sabha is known as chairman. The vice president is the ex officio chairman of the Rajya Sabha during any period when the vice president acted as the president. These are the function of the president. He does not perform the duty the office of chairman of the Rajya Sabha. Rajya Sabha chairman of Rajya Sabha can be removed from his office only if he is removed from the office of the vice president. As the presiding officer, the power and function of the chairman of the Rajya Sabha are similar to those of the speaker of the Lok Sabha. The speaker decided whether bill is money will or not. The speaker will decide whether bill money will not. With this general question will find the speaker presided over the line sitting on the full house of the parliament. Unlike the speaker, the member of the chairman cannot be member of the house. But like the speaker, the chairman also cannot vote in the first state. He too can cast a vote in the case of the equality. Vice President cannot preside over the sitting of Rajya Sabha. But chairman when the resolution for his removal is under the Constitution. However, he can be present and speak in the House and can take part in the proceeding without voting even at such time. Salary allowances chairman are also fixed by the president. They are charged in the consolidated fund of India, thus are not subjected to annual vote of parliament. During any period when the vice president acts as the president, these are the function of the president. He is not entitled to any salary allowances payable to the chairman of the Rajya Sabha. But he is paid the salary allowances by the president. Deputy chairman of Rajya Sabha. Deputy chairman is elected by the Rajya Sabha itself from among its members. Whenever the office of deputy chairman is vacant, the Rajya Sabha shall elect the other member to fill the vacancy. Deputy chairman vacate his office in the following three cases. If he is a member of Rajya Sabha, if he resigns the writing of chairman, he removed by the resolution presided by the majority of all the members. Such resolution can be moved only within 14 days advance notice. Deputy chairman perform the duty chairman perform the duty of the chairman of the office when it is vacant, and the vice president is the presiding. Function of president, he also act as the chairman in the letter of sent to settlement of house. He has all the powers of the chairman. He should be emphasis here that the duty chairman is not subordinate to the chairman. He is directly responsible to the Rajya Sabha. Like a chairman, the duty chairman, while the presiding over the house, cannot vote in the first instances. He can only exercise the casting vote in the cases of tie. Further, when the resolution of the removal of the duty chairman is under the concentration of the house, he cannot preside over the sitting of the house, though he may be represented. And the chairman presided over the house. The duty chairman is like an ordinary member. Like ordinary member of the house, he can speak in the house, participate in the proceeding, and vote on any question before them. Like the chairman, duty chairman is also entitled to regular salary allowances. They are fixed by the parliament and charged on the consolidated fund of India. Panels of the vice chairman in the Rajya Sabha under the resolution rule of Rajya Sabha, the chairman nominated from among its members a panel for the vice chairman. This chairman will be the nominate the vice chairman. Anyone then can preside over the house of the absence of chairman or the duty chairman. He has the same power of the chairman. When so presiding, he holds the office until the new panel vice. When the member of the panel, the vice chairman, is not present, any other person are determined by the House Act and the chairman. It must be emphasized here that the member of panel of the vice chairman cannot preside over them in the office of the chairman or the duty chairman vacate during such a time. The chairman duty is to perform by the such member of the house as the presiding. May appointed or the chairman, the election are held as soon as possible. Each house of the parliament has a separate electoral, that is secretariat of the parliament. Separate secretarial staff its own. Though there can be some posts common to both the houses, their recruitment, service conditions are regulated by the parliament. Secretarial staff, we are talking about the secretarial staff. Each house of the parliament has a separate secretarial staff of its own, though there can be some posts common to the both houses. Their recruitment, service condition regulated by the parliament. The secretariat of each house is headed by the Secretary General. He is the permanent officer and he is appointed by the presiding officer of the house, who will be the appoint the secretariat of staff, the presiding officer, like chairman and speaker. Leader of the house. The rule of Lok Sabha, the leader of the house means the prime minister. If he is the member of Lok Sabha, or the minister who is the member of the Lok Sabha and is nominated by the prime minister to function as the leader of the house. There is also a leader of house in the Rajya Sabha. He is the minister, member of Rajya Sabha, is nominated by the prime minister to function as such. The leader of house is either house in the important functionary, exercise direct influence on the conduct of business, and he can also nominate a deputy speaker of the house at the same function in the USA is known as the majority leader. Leader of opposition. Each house of the parliament there is the leader of opposition. Leader of largest opposition party having not less than 1/10 seat of the total strength of the house is recognized as the leader of opposition in that house. In the parliamentary system, the government, the leader of opposition has a significant role. His main function are provided the constructive criticism of the policy of the government and to provide the alternative government. Therefore, the leader of opposition in the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha are according to statutory recognition 1977. They are also intended to salary allowances, other facility equivalent to the cabinet minister. It was in 1969 that official leader of the opposition was recognized for the first time. And the same function in the USA known as the minority leader. The British political system has a unique institution is called the shadow cabinet. It is formed by the opposition party to balance the ruling cabinet to prepare its members for further ministerial office. So shadow cabinet is formed by the opposition party. Shadow cabinet is formed by the opposition party to balance the ruling cabinet and prepare the member for the future ministerial office. This shadow cabinet, almost every member in the ruling cabinet is shadowed by the corresponding members in the opposition party. The shadow cabinet serves as the alternative cabinet. If there is a change of government, that is why the Ivor Genuine described the leader of opposition as the alternative prime minister. Leader of opposition is the alternative prime minister. He enjoys the status of minister and is paid by the government. Ladang, Malaysia, to Chennai, Sri Lanka, Africa, Central America, Amra, Java. These are the tribal. Leader of the house and the whip. What is whip? Though the office of the leader of the house and the leader of opposition are not mentioned in the Constitution of India. They are mentioned in the rule of house, the parliamentary statute respectively. The office of whip, on the other hand, is mentioned neither in the Constitution of India nor in the rule of house, nor in the parliamentary statute. Based on the convention on the parliamentary government, every political party, whether the ruling or opposition, has its own whip in the parliament. He is appointed by the political party to serve as the assistant floor leader. He is charged with the responsibility of ensuring the attendance of his party members. Again, the particular issue to regulate and monitor the behavior of Parliament. The members are supposed to follow the directive given by the freezing from time to time. But the maximum gap between the two sessions of the parliament cannot be more than the 6 months. Otherwise, the parliament should meet at least twice a year. There is usually the 3 sessions in budget, monsoon, winter, budget, Feb से May, budget session Feb से May, Feb से monsoon जुलाई से September, winter session November से December, winter session November से December. The session parliament period spanning between the first sitting of the house and its prorogation. Articulation in case of the lecture during the session of the house meet every day to transact the business. The period spanning between the progression of the house and its reassembly. The next session is called the recess. Adjournment and it only terminates the sitting and not the session of house. Progression not only the terminates the sitting but also the session of the house. Sitting, not only sitting but session, terminate the session. Public bill, private bill, public bill introduced in Parliament by the Minister. Public bill introduced by Parliament by the Minister. It reflects the policy of the government, ruling government. It is a greater chance to approve by the Parliament. Public bill introduced in Parliament by the Minister. Policy of the government, greater chance to approval. It reject by the House account to the expression want the parliamentary confidence in the government. Introduced in the House require the 7 day notice. पब्लिक बिल के लिए 7 डे का नोटिस चाहिए, मिनिस्टर के द्वारा इंट्रोड्यूस किया जाता है। इसमें गवर्नमेंट की पॉलिसी जो होती है, ग्रेटर चांसेज होते हैं अप्रूवल के लिए, 7 डे का नोटिस चाहिए बिफोर द इंट्रोडक्शन. इट ड्राफ्टेड बाय द कंसर्न डिपार्टमेंट इन द कंसल्टेशन ऑफ लॉ डिपार्टमेंट. Private bill introduced by the other than the minister. It's a 1 month notice. Its introduction in the House require 1 month notice. Public 7 day notice. Private 1 month notice. It draft in the responsibility of the member concerned. Lesser chances to approval by the Parliament. Reflect the stand of opposition party on the public matter. Introduce other than the minister. Okay. Ordinary bill क्या होता है? Every ordinary bill has passes through the 5 stages. Every ordinary bill passes through the 5 stages. First reading, second reading, stage of general discussion, committee stage, and third reading, bill to be second house, and assent of the president. Okay. First ordinary bill can be introduced in either house of the parliament. Such a bill can be introduced either by the minister or by the other member. The member who wanted to introduce the bills had to ask the leave the house. Ask for the leave the house. When the house granted leave to introduce the bill, number of the bills introduced it by the reading its title and objective. No discussion on the bill take place at the first stage. No discussion on the bill take place in the recess. Later the bill is published in the Gazette of the India. If the bill is published, Gazette before the introduction. Leave of the house to introduce the bill is not necessary. The introduction of the bill is and its publication in the Gazette's constitutional hospital. Secondly, during this essay, the bill received not only the general but also with the detailed scrutiny, assume its final shape. Hence, it formed the most important stages of the enactment of the bill. It involved 3 more stages: stage of general discussion, committee stage, consideration stage. Third reading. At this stage, the debate the confined the acceptance and the rejection of the bill as a whole. No amendment are allowed at the general policy underlying the bill have already been scrutinized during the stage of second reading. With the majority of the members are past, present, and voting except, the bill is regarded as the passed by the House. Therefore, the bill is authentication by the presiding officer of the transmitted to the second house of the consideration. A bill is deemed to be have been passed by the parliament only when the both houses of the have agreed to it, either with or without the amendment. Second house, it may pass the bill as sent to the first house without the amendment. It may pass the bill with the amendment returned to the first house for the reconsideration, and it may not take any action and thus keep the bill pending. If the second house passes the bill without any amendment, or the first house accept the amendment suggested by second house, the bill is deemed to have been passed by the both houses, and the same is sent to the president for this assent. For this other hand, the first house reject the amendment suggested by the second house. The second house reject the bill altogether. The second house does not take any action for the 6 months. A deadlock is deemed to have been taken place. To resolve such deadlock, the president can summon the joint sitting and the joint sitting of the two houses. If the majority of the member present and voting in the joint sitting approve the bill is deemed to be have been passed by the both houses. Assent of the president. Every bill after the passing from both the houses of parliament, either singly or the joint sitting, is presented to president for his assent. There are the three alternatives. He may give his assent to the bill, he withhold the assent to the bill, and he return the reconsideration of the houses. At present, uh, if the president give assent to the bill becomes the act and placed on the statute. If the president withhold his assent, the bill it end and does not become the act. If the president return the bill for the reconsideration, and if it passed by the both houses again without any amendment, and the presented to the president for his assent, the president must give in his assent to the bill. That the president enjoy the suspensive veto. Suspensive veto means क्या होता है? If president return the bill for the house for the reconsideration, and if both the houses pass without the changes, then president must have to give the assent to the bill. Money bill, Article 110. Money bill, Article 110 Constitution deal with the definition of money bill. It states that bill is deemed to be the money bill if contain the provision dealing with कोई भी मनी बिल तभी हो सकता है जब इम्पोजिशन होगा, abolition, remission, alteration, regulation of any taxes is called the money. First condition. Second, regulation of borrowing of money by the union government. Third, custody of the consolidated fund of India or the contingency fund of India, the payment of the money into the withdrawal of the money from any such fund, the appropriation of money out of the consolidated fund of India, declaration of any spending charge on the consolidated fund of India, increasing the amount of any such expenditure, the receipt of money on the account of consolidated fund of India, or the public account of India, the custody or the issue of such money, or the audit of account of the union, or any matter incidental or any matter specific about the case. However, the bill is not to deem to the money bill. Reason only for the provided. If any question arises whether the bill is money bill or not, the decision is Speaker of the Lok Sabha is final. A decision in this regard cannot be questioned in any court of law in the either House of Parliament, even the President. When the money bill is transmitted to Rajya Sabha for the recommendation presented in the President for the assent of the Speaker, it is the money bill. The Constitution laid down the specific procedure for the passing the money bill. A money bill can only be introduced in the Lok Sabha, and that too on the recommendation of the President. Such bill is considered to be the government bill and thus can be introduced only in the minister. After the money bill passes in the Lok Sabha, transmitted to Rajya Sabha for consideration, Rajya Sabha has restricted power with regard to the money bill. It cannot reject, amend the money bill. It can only make the recommendation. It must return the bill or the Lok Sabha within the 14 days. Either with or without recommendation, the Lok Sabha can either accept or reject all of any recommendation of Rajya Sabha. If the Lok Sabha accept any recommendation, the bill then deemed to have passed by the both houses in the modified form. If the Lok Sabha does not accept any recommendation, the bill then deemed to have passed by both the houses from original Lok Sabha without any chances. If the Rajya Sabha does not return the bill to the Lok Sabha within the 14th, the bill deemed to have been passed by both the houses in the original. That's all with regard to the money bill and the other equal powers with regard. Money on the money bill is presented to the President. Bill can reconsider the finance bill. Those bill will deal the physical matter, that is the revenue expenditure. However, the Constitution uses the term financial bill in the technical finance bill is the three kind: money bill, financial bill 1, financial bill 2. Article 110, 170, 170. Clause 1, Clause 3. Classification implies that the money bill are then implies the specific points in financial bill. All the money bills are the financial. All the money bill will be financial bill. All the money bill will be the financial bill. All the money bill will be the financial bill. All the money bill are the financial bill, but all the financial bill are not money bill. Only those financial bill are the money bill which contain the exclusively matter which mentioned in Article 100. Only those financial bill are money bill. Only those financial bill are money bill. Contain the exclusively matter which mentioned in Article. These are also certified by the Speaker of the Lok Sabha or the money bill. Finance Bill 1 and 2, on the other hand, have been dealt with the Article 117 of the Constitution. Finance Bill 1 is the bill that contains not only any or all the matter mentioned. Contain the borrowing clause but not also deal with the borrowing. Due to respect of Financial Bill 1 is similar to Money Bill. Both of them can be introduced only in the Lok Sabha, not only in the Rajya Sabha. Both of them can be introduced only the recommendation of President in all other respect of financial bill governed by the same legislative procedure applicable to ordinary. Hence, it can be either rejected or amended by the Rajya Sabha, except by the amendment other than the reduction of the abolition of the tax cannot be moved in the either house without any recommendation of the President. In case of disagreement between the two houses of the bill, the President can summon the joint sitting of the two houses To resolve the deadlock, when the bill is presented to the President, then he can either give his assent or will withhold his assent to the bill or return to the bill for reconsideration. The financial bill to contain the provision involving the expenditure from the Consolidated Fund of India but does not include any of matter mentioned in the Article 110. It is treated as an ordinary bill and in all the respect. It is governed by the same legislative procedure which is applicable to the ordinary bill. The only special feature of this bill is that it cannot be passed by either house of the parliament unless the president has a recommendation to the that bill. Financial bill to contain the provision involving the expenditure from Consolidated Fund of India, but not include any matter related mentioned in Article 110. Article 110 related to money bill. Finance Bill Article 117 Clause 1. Finance Bill 2 Article 117 Clause 3. Finance Bill 2 contains the provision involving the expenditure from Consolidated Fund of India but does not include any the matter mentioned in Article 110. It treated at an ordinary bill and in all respect. It is governed by the same legislative procedure which applicable to an ordinary bill. The only special feature of this bill is that it cannot be passed by either house of the parliament unless the president has recommended that house to consider the bill. And the financial bill too can be introduced in either house of the parliament. A recommendation of president is not necessary for this introduction. It can either rejected, amended, either house of the parliament. In case of disagreement between the both houses, in such a case, the president can summon the joint sitting of the both houses to resolve the deadlock. When the bill is presented to the president, he can either give his assent to the bill without withhold his assent to the bill, return to the bill reconsideration. Joint sitting is the extraordinary machinery provided to Constitution resolve the deadlock between the two houses over the passage of bill. Deadlock is deemed to have been taken place under the one of the following three situations after the bill is passed by the one house and transmitted to the other. If the bill is rejected by the other house. If the bill have finally disagreement amendment to be made by the bills, if more than the 6 months have been elapsed from the date of the receipt of the bill is allowed. 1957, Government of India appointed a committee to examine the working of community development. 1952, the National Extension Service. 1953, to suggest a measure for better working conditions. Chairman of this committee, Balwant Rai Mehta committee. So this is the Panchayati Raj institution. It is also called the Rural Local Self-Government. 73rd Constitutional Amendment Act 1992. January 1957, Government of India appointed committee to examine the working of the community development program. The National Extension Service to suggest a measure for the working. Committee submitted its report in November 1957 and recommended the establishment of a scheme for democratic decentralization, which ultimately comes to be known as Panchayati. ग्राम पंचायत at a village level, पंचायत समिति at a block level, जिला परिषद at a district level. The attire should be originally linked to the device of indirectly. The village panchayat should be constituted with directly elected representative, where the panchayat samiti and jila parishad should be constituted indirectly. All the planning development activities should be entrusted to each body. Panchayat Samiti should be executive body, while the Jila Parishad should be the advisory, coordinating, supervising body. The district collector should be the chairman. There should be the genuine transfer of power and the responsibility to these democratic bodies. Adequate resources should be transferred to the big body to enable them to discharge their function and put to their responsibility. The system should be evolved to affect further development of authority in the future. The recommendation of committee were accepted by the National Development Council. 1958, the council did not insist on the single digit pattern, elected to the state to evolve their own pattern suitable to the local. Rajasthan was the first state establishing the Panchayati Raj institution by the Prime Minister. 2nd October 1915, Nagaur district, followed by the Andhra, and adopted in 1959. Therefore, the most of the state adopted the system. Although the most of the state created a Panchayati Raj institution in 1960, there were the differences from one of the state to another. With regard to the number, their tie, relatives, position, samiti, parishad, and their tenure, composition, function, and finance. Rajasthan adopted the 3-tier system, while the Tamil Nadu adopted a 2-tier system. West Bengal, on the other hand, adopted the 4-tier structure. Rajasthan, Andhra Pradesh, and Chhattisgarh committee was powerful as a block. Unit of planning and development were the Maharashtra, Gujarat, Patna, Jila Parishad was the powerful at the district level unit of planning. Some state established panchayat, judicial panchayat, and try to pretty civil like criminal cases. Studying and the committee, 1960, the studying committee and working group have been appointed to examine the various aspects of functioning of Parliament Panchayati Raj system. And there are mentioned below the Committee on Rationalization of Panchayat Status, working groups on the Panchayat and Committee, study team on Panchayati Raj administration, study team on Naya Panchayat, study team on the position of the Gram Sabha, study team on the Panchayati Raj finance. Fourth Mehta Committee in December 1977, Janata government appointed a committee on the Panchayati Raj institution under the chairman of Ashok. It submitted its report in August 1978, made 132 recommendations to rebuild the strength of the declining Panchayati Raj system. The 3-tier system of Panchayati Raj should be replaced by the 2-tier structure, that is Jila Parishad at district level village and the Mandal Parishad at group of the village with the total population 15,000. district should be the first point to decentralization work under the popular supervision below the state level. And Jila Parshad should be executive body and responsible for planning and district level. There should be an official participation of the political party at all the level of panchayat election. Panchayati Raj institutions should have a compulsory power of taxation to mobilize their own financial resources, and there should be the regular social audit by the district level agency and by the committee of the legislature to check whether the funds allotted for the vulnerable social and economic groups are actually spent on them. The state government should not have superseded the Panchayati Raj institution in case of an imperative supersession. Election should be held within the 6 months from the date of supersession. The Nyaya Panchayat should be kept as a separate body from the development of Panchayat. They should be presided over the qualified judge. And the chief electoral officer of the state is consulted with the chief election commission to organize the conduct of Panchayati Raj. Due to the collapse of the Janata government before the completion of term, no action could be taken. In the recommendation of Asut Mehta committee at the central level, however, the three states of Karnataka, West Bengal, Andhra took a step to revitalize the Panchayati Raj, keeping in view some of the recommendation of Asut Mehta. JVK Rao committee, the committee to review the existing administrative arrangement of rural development poverty alleviation program under the chairmanship of JVK Rao, was appointed by the Planning Commission. 1985, the committee come to conclusion that development process was gradually bureaucratized and divorced from the Panchayati Raj. This phenomena of the bureaucratization of development administration was against the democratization weakened the Panchayati Raj institution, resulting in what is aptly called the grass without a root. And the committee made a following recommendation to strengthen the revitalize the Panchayati Raj system. District level body, that is the Jila Parishad, should be pivotal importance in the scheme of democratic decentralization. State district is the proper unit for the planning and development, and the Jila Parishad should become the principal body for the management of all the development programs, which can be handled at the level. Panchayati Raj institution at the district and lower level should be assigned an important role with respect to planning, implementation, monitoring of rural development programs. Some of the planning functions at the state level should be transferred to the district level planning unit for the effective decentralization district plan. The post of district development commission should be created. It should act as the chief executive officer of Jila Parishad. It should be in the charge of all the development departments at the district. Election to the Panchayati Raj institution should be held regularly. It found that the election become the overdue for one or more tier in the 11 state. Thus, the committee in its scheme of decentralization system of field administration assigned to a leading role of Panchayati Raj in the local planning and development. It is in this respect that recommendation of the JVK Rao committee differ from those of the Dantewala committee and the block level. Hanumanta Rao committee report and the district planning commission, both the committee have suggested that the basic decentralization planning functions should be done at the district level. Hanumanta Rao committee advocates the separate district planning body under the either district collector or the minister. In the both the model, the collector should play a significant role in the decentralization planning through the neighborhood. Though the committee stated that Panchayati Raj institution would also be associated with the process of decentralization. The committee recommends that the collector should be the coordinator at the district of all the development and planning activity. Thus, the Hanmantara committee differed in this respect from the Balwant Mehta committee, Administrative Reform Committee of the Indian Massoud Mehta Committee, and finally the JVK Iraq Committee, which recommend the reduction of development role of district collector, which has assigned the major role of Panchayati Raj in the development. Alam Sigmi Committee in 1986 Rajiv Gandhi government appointed committee prepared a concept of proper revitalization of Panchayati Raj institution for democracy and development under the chairmanship of Alam Sigmi Committee. It made the following recommendation. The Panchayati Raj institution should be constitutionally recognized, protected and preserved. For this purpose, the new chapter should be added to the Constitution of India. This will make their identity, integrity, reasonability, sustainability, and it also suggested the constitutional provision to ensure the regular, free and fair election of the Panchayati Raj body. Nyaya Panchayat should be established for the cluster of village. Nyaya Panchayat should be established for the cluster of village. The village should be reorganized to make Gram Panchayat more viable, and it also emphasized the importance of Gram Sabha and all the involvement of direct democracy. The village panchayat should have the more financial resources. Judicial tribunals should be established in each state to adjudicate the controversy about the election and the Panchayati Raj institution resolution and the matter related to the election. 1986, Rajiv Gandhi government appointed a committee, Alam Sigmi Committee, proper revitalization of Panchayati Raj institution for the democracy and development under the chairmanship of Alam Sigmi. Cricket Human Committee 1988 subcommittee of collective committee of Panchayati Raj Constitution under the chairmanship of Cricket Human to examine of the political and administrative structure in the district for the purpose of the district plan. The committee suggested that the strengthening of Panchayati Raj process made the following recommendation. Panchayati Raj body should be constitutionally recognized. The three-tier structure system of Panchayati Raj with the Panchayat at the village, block and district level. Jila Parishad should be the pivot of the Panchayati Raj system. It should be the act of Panchayati planning and development agency in the district. The Panchayati Raj body should have a fixed tenure of the management period of the super session of the body should be fixed. The planning and the coordination committee should be set up at the state level under the chairmanship of Minister Planning. The presiding of Jila Parishad should be the member. Detailed list of the subject of the Panchayati Raj should be prepared and incorporated in the constitution. The preservation of the faith in all the three tiers should be on the basis of population. There should be also a reservation for women. State Finance Commission should be set up in each state. It would be the laid out the criteria and guidelines for the development of finance to the Panchayati Raj. The district collector should be the chief executive officer of the Jila Parishad. Guardian Committee, the Committee on the Policy and Program was constituted in 1988 by the Congress Party under the chairmanship of RAINFALL. The committee was asked to consider the question how the base Panchayati Raj institution would be made effective. The committee made the following recommendation: constitutional status should be based on the Panchayati Raj institution. The three-tier system of Panchayati Raj Panchayat at a village, block and district level. The term Panchayati Raj institutions should be fixed for the 5 years. The member of Panchayat at all the three levels should be directly elected. Reservation for STSC and the premier. Panchayati Raj body should have the responsibility to preparation of and implementation of plans, socio-economic development for this country. The list of projects should be specified in the constitution. Panchayati Raj body should have the empower the levy collected and the appropriate taxes and duties. Establishment of state finance commission for the allocation of the finance to the panchayat. Establishment of the state election commission for the conduction of election to the panchayat. The above recommendation to the Gadgil committee become the basis of draft amendment bill aimed to confirm the constitutional status and protecting the panchayati raj institution. Constitutionalization. Rajiv Gandhi government introduced the 64th Constitutional Amendment Bill in the Lok Sabha 1989 to constitutionalize the Panchayati Raj institution and make more powerful and broad-based alternative. Although the Lok Sabha passed the bill in August 1989, it was not approved by the Rajya Sabha, but the bill was firmly opposed by the opposition on the ground that it sought the strengthened centralization and federalism. VP Singh government, a National Front government, soon after assuming the office of November, under the Prime Minister, VP Singh announced that it would take a step to strengthen the Panchayati Raj institution. VP Singh was held a discussion issue related to strengthening the Panchayati Raj body. The conference approved the proposal for the introducing the first constitutional amendment bill. Constantly, the constitutional amendment bill was introduced in the Lok Sabha September 1990. However, the fall of the government resulted in the lapse of the bill. Narasimha Rao government, the Congress government under the Prime Minister of the P.V. Narasimha Rao again considered that the matter of the constitutionalized Panchayati Raj body. It drastically modified the proposal in this regard to delete the controversial aspect of the introduction of the constitutional amendment bill in the Lok Sabha. The bill finally emerged in 74th Constitutional Amendment 1982 and come into force 24 April 1993. 73rd Constitutional Amendment 1992 significant that this act is added in Part 9 of the Constitution of India, and this part intended to Panchayati Raj and the consist of provision from the Article 243 to 243O. In addition, the Act also added the new 11th schedule of the Constitution. The schedule contained the 29 functional items of the Panchayat, and it deals with the Article 243G. The Act has given the practical shape to the Article 40 of the Constitution, which say that the state shall take a step to organize the village panchayat and endow them such a power authority as to be necessary to enable them the functioning as a unit of self-government. This article from a part of the directive principle of state policy. The Act also given the constitutional status to the Panchayati Raj institution. It has brought them under the review of justiciable part of the Constitution. In other words, the state government are under the constitutional obligation to adopt the new Panchayati Raj system according with the provision of the Act. Consequently, neither the formation of the Panchayat nor the holding the election for the regular interval of the depends upon the wills of the state. That the voluntary provision of the act ensure the right of the state and the local system and geographical, political, administration, other consideration adopted the new Panchayati Raj. The act is a significant landmark in the evolution of grassroots democratic institution in the country. It transformed the representative democracy into a particular democracy and voluntarily concept within the democracy of the grassroots. Gram Sabha Act provide the Gram Sabha as the foundation of Panchayati Raj institution. It is the body consisting of persons registered to the electoral roll at the village comprised with the area of Panchayati Raj. Panchayat at the village. Thus it has a village assembly consisting of all the registered voters in the area of Panchayat. It may be exercised such a powers under reform in the function village level or the legislators. Three-tier system like provided. Three-tier system of Panchayati Raj in every state, that is the Panchayat at the village with the meeting and district level. The act bring about the informative in the structure Panchayati Raj throughout the country. However, the state having the population not exceeding the 20 lakh million. Consider Panchayati Raj in intermediate. Election of Panchayat member of the Panchayat. All the member of Panchayat at the village, intermediate, district level, be elected directly by the people. After the chairperson of the Panchayat at the intermediate and district level shall be elected by indirectly by among the elected member of the. However, the chairperson Panchayat at the village level shall be elected by the such a minus of the state legislature. Reservation. The act provided for the reservation of seat in scheduled caste and scheduled tribe in every state Panchayat, every Panchayat, in the proportion of their population, the total population Panchayat. Further, the state legislature shall provide the reservation of office of the chairman of the Panchayat at the village level or any other level of the state. The act also provided a reservation of not less than 1/3 of the total number of the seat of the women, including the number of the seat reserved for the women belonging to ST. Further, not less than 1/3 of the total number of office of the chairman Panchayat in each state level shall be reserved for the. It also authorized the legislator of the state to make any provision on reservation of the seat in a Panchayat office, chairman in the Panchayat at the level favored the backward. Duration of Panchayat. The act provided for the 5-year terms of the office of Panchayat at the every level. However, it can result before the completion of its term. Further, the fresh election constitute the Panchayat shall completed before the expiry of duration of the 5 years. In case of dissolution before the expiry of period of the 6-month date of dissolution, but the remainder period for the dissolved Panchayat would have to continue less than the 6 months. It shall be necessary to do election and constitution for Panchayati Raj. Moreover, the Panchayat constituted upon the dissolution of Panchayati Raj before the expiry of its duration shall continue only with the remainder of the period for which the dissolution Panchayat would have continued, it not be dissolved. In other words, the Panchayat reconstituted after the premature dissolution does not enjoy the full period of 5 years, only the remaining office only for the remainder of the period. Disqualification of person shall be disqualified for being chosen as for being the member of the Panchayat if he is disqualified under any law of time in the force for the purpose of election to the legislature and the state council. Under any law made in the state legislature, however, no person shall be disqualified on the ground that he is less than 25 years of age, he attained the age of 21 years, State Election Commission superintended direction, control of preparation of electoral and conduct all the election to the charge shall be vested to the State Election Commission. It consists of State Election Commission to be appointed by the Governor and its condition, service, tenure of the office shall be determined by the Governor. He shall not remove from the office except the manners on the grounds for the prescribed for removal of the judge of the State High Court. His condition of service shall not be varied on its disadvantage. The state legislature make the provision with respect to all the matters relating to the election to the country. Power and function of the state legislature may endow the panchayat and such powers and authority as may be necessary to enable them to function as the institution of self-government. Such scheme may be contain the provision for the devolution of the power and the responsibility upon the panchayat at the appropriate level with respect to the preparation of the plan for the economic development, social justice. The implementation scheme for the economic development and social justice may entrusted to them including those in the relation of 29 methods listed in the notice. The state legislature may authorize the panchayat to levy the collect appropriate taxes, duty, tolls, fee, assign the panchayat taxes, duty, tolls, fee levy to collected by the state government, provided for making the granting aid to the panchayat from the consolidated fund of state, provided for the constitution of fund for the creating all the money of the panchayat. Finance Council, the governor of the state after every 5 years, constituted the finance commission to review the financial position of the panchayat. It shall make the following recommendation of the government. Principles that should govern the distribution between the states and the panchayat of the net proceeding of the tax, duty, toll, fee levied by the determination of the taxes, duty, tolls, and the fee that may be assigned for the panchayat, and the granting aid in panchayat fund or consolidated fund of the state. The major need to improve the financial position of the panchayat. Any other matter referred to the head by the governor or the interest of the sound finance of the panchayat. The state legislature may provide the composition of the commission. Composition of the commission is to provide the qualification of the member and the manner of their selection. The governor shall place the recommendation of the commission along with the action taken before the state. Central Finance Commission shall also be suggested the measure needed to develop the consolidated fund of the state, supplemented resources of the panchayati raj in the state. Recommendation made by the Finance Commission of the state. Audit account, the state legislature may make the provision with respect to the maintenance of account by the panchayat and the auditing of account. Application of the Union Territory Panchayati Raj, the President of India may direct that the provision in this act shall apply any Union Territory subject to such exception and the modification as may be specified. Exempted state and area, the act does not apply to the state Jammu Kashmir, Nagaland, Meghalaya, Mizoram. To certain other area, these area include the scheduled area, tribal area, and the hill area of the Manipur, for which the district council exists. Darjeeling district, West Bengal, for which the Darjeeling Gorkha Hills exists. However, the Parliament may extend the provision of this part to schedule the area and tribal area subjected to such exception and modification as it may be specified. 11th schedule contains of 29 functional items placed within the preview of Panchayat. Agriculture, including the agriculture extension, land improvement, implementation of land reform, land consolidation, land conservation, minor irrigation, water management, water shed development, animal husbandry, dairy and poultry fisheries, social forestry and farm forestry, minor forest coding, small scale industry including the food, process, industry, khadi, village, cottage, industry, rural housing, drinking water, fuel, road, culverts, bridges, ferry, waterways, and other means of communication. Rural electrification includes the distribution of electricity, non-conventional energy sources, poverty alleviation program. Education including primary and secondary school, technical training from the vocational, educational, adult and non-formal education, library, culture, activity, market, fair, health, sanitation including the hospital, primary health center and dispensary. Family welfare, the women and child development, social welfare including the welfare of the handicapped and mentally retarded. Public distribution system and the maintenance of community asset, welfare briefer section and the particular of the schedule pass and schedule time. So there are 29 functional items in the 11th schedule of the Constitution related to Panchayati Raj. Compulsory and voluntary position now will be identified as separately or compulsory obligation or mandatory and voluntary provision in 73rd Constitutional Amendment Act 1992, Part 9th of the Constitution. A compulsory provision organization of Gram Sabha in the village or the group of the village. Establishment of the Panchayat at the village, intermediate and district level, direct election to all the state Panchayat at the village, intermediate. Indirect election to the post of the chairman of the Panchayat and the intermediate and district level. 21 years of the minimum age for the contesting the election of the Panchayat. Reservation of the seat, both member of the chairperson, ST/SC Panchayat at all the reservation of 1/3 of seat, both the member and chairperson for the women Panchayat at all levels. Fixing tenure of the 5 years for the Panchayat at all the level and holding the face election with the 6 months in the event of supersession of any Panchayat. Establishment of the State Election Commission for conducting the electoral for the Panchayat. Constitution of the State Finance Commission after every 5 years to review the financial position of the Panchayat. Voluntary provision given the representation to the member of the Panchayat, both the houses at the state legislature and Panchayat at a different level, falling within the constituency, to providing the reservation in the seat, both the member, chairperson and the backward classes in the Panchayat level. Granting the power authority to the Panchayat to enable them to function at the institution of the self-government in the brief making them autonomous body. Devolution of power and responsibility upon the Panchayat to prepare plan for economic development and social justice. Overcome some of the all of 29 functional districts in the 11th schedule. Granted the financial power of Panchayat that authorize them to maybe collect the appropriate taxes, duty, tolls, fees. PESA Act 1996, Panchayat Extension Act. Part 9th of the Constitution related to Panchayat are not applicable to the 5th schedule. Panchayat are not applicable to the 5th schedule. However, the Parliament may extend these provisions in such areas subjected to exception, modification, as it may be specified under this provision. The Parliament has extended the provision of the Panchayat extension to the schedule area. In 1996, popularly known as PESA. At present, 2016, 10 states are fifth schedule. 10 states are fifth schedule in which the Panchayat are not applicable. So that's why it is called the PESA 1996. Part 9 of the Constitution. These Andhra, Telangana, Chhattisgarh, Gujarat, Himachal, Jharkhand, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Odisha, Rajasthan. 10 states have been created representation completion. Objective of the PESA Act are follow to extend the provision of the Part 9 of the Constitution related to consulting rights to the scheduled area and the certain modification. To provide the self-rule for the bulk of the tribal population to have a village government with a particularly democracy to make Gram Sabha nucleus of all the things. To evolve the suitable administrative framework consistent with the traditional practice to safeguard and to preserve the traditional and the custom of tribal community. To empower the Panchayat at the appropriate level with the specified power conducting tribal requirement. To prevent the Panchayat at the higher level from resuming the power and authority, Panchayat at the lower level in the Gram Sabha. Feature of the PESA Act, a state legislator on the village shall be ordinarily consist of habitation, the group of habitation and the hamlet. A group of hamlet comprising a community and managing its affairs in accordance with the traditional. Every village shall have a Gram Sabha consist of person whose names including the electoral roll for the Panchayat of the village. Every Gram Sabha shall be competent to safeguard, preserve traditional and custom of the people, their cultural identity, community resources, customary mode of the district privilege. Every Gram Sabha shall approve of the plan, program, project for the social economic development before they are taken up for the implementation by the Panchayat at the village level. Be responsible for the identification of the beneficiary under the poverty alleviation other program. Every Panchayat and the village level shall be required to obtain from the Gram Sabhas certification of utilization of the funding for a plan, program, project, the reservation of the seat in the scheduled area in every Panchayat shall be proportion to the population community for whom the reservation is sought to be given under the Part 9 of the Constitution. However, the reservation for the scheduled tribes shall not be less than half of the total number of the seats. The state government may nominate such a scheduled tribe which have no representation in the Panchayat at the intermediate level, Panchayat at the district level, but such nominations should not be exceeded in 1/10 of the total member of elected in the Panchayat. Gram Sabha, the Panchayat at the appropriate level shall be consulted with the making the acquisition of land in the scheduled area for a development project and before resettlement, rehabilitate the person affected by such project in the scheduled area. However, the actual planning and implementation of such project in the scheduled area shall be coordinated at the state. Planning and management of minor water bodies in the scheduled area shall be entrusted to the panchayat and the appropriate. So, Finance Commission Second Administration Reform 2005 to 2009 the summarize the sources of revenue of Panchayat Raj institution. Major portion of Part 9 of the Constitution deal with the structure and empowerment of the PRI. But real strength of this item, both autonomy, efficiency of these institutions is dependent on their financial position, including their capacity and generate their own resources. In general, Panchayat in our country received the funds in the following way: grant from the Union Government based on the recommendation of Central Finance Commission Act Article 280 of the Constitution. Devolution from the state government based on the recommendation of the State Finance Commission Article 243I. And the loans grant of the state government program specified allocation under the centrally sponsored scheme and the additionally center assisted. National resources generation taxes and non-taxes that will also come under the finance of the Panchayati Raj institution. So Panchayati Raj has been completed, and what is the next money will also, and some important points of the parliament. So let's Regulating Act 7073, Regulating Act 7073. The Governor of Bengal become the Governor General of Bengal, and plus four member Executive Council. Lord Warren Hastings was the first Governor General of Bengal. The Governor of Bengal and Madras subordinate of Bengal. Governor of Bengal and Madras subordinate to Bengal. Supreme Court at Calcutta in 1774, and one Chief Justice and 3 judges. Prohibit of service of the company. Prohibit of servant of the company to private trade with the private trade, bribe and gift. Put a director governing body of the company required to revenue, civil, military officer in India. Chart topics India Act 1784. Regulating Act 1773, Pitt's India Act 1784. In the Pitt's India Act, distinguishes between the commercial political function, COD appointed for the commercial, and the BOD appointed for the political, and this is the COD and BOD, Board of Control and Court of Director. These are the created new body. Empowered the BOC to supervise and direct all the operation of the civil, military, other revenue operation. This system was termed as the double government. So in the Pitt's India Act 1784, Pitt's India Act 1784, it is called the double government. Just because of that, one of COD and BOD both are created a newly body. COD for the commercial affair, BOD for the political affair. Empower the BOC, Board of Control, to supervise, direct all the operation of civil, military and political.